Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradhari. Jai Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradhari. Yashodanandana Braja Jana Ranjana. Yashodanandana Braja Jana Ranjana. Yashodanandana Braja Jana Ranjana. Jamuna Tira Vanachari. Jamuna Tira Vanachari. Jaya Radha Madhava Gunja Bihari. Jaya Radha Madhava Gunja Bihari. Jai Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradhari. Jai Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradhari. Yashodanandana Braja Jana Ranjana. Yashodanandana Braja Jana Ranjana. Yashodanandana Braja Jana Ranjana. Jamuna Tira Vanachari. Jamuna Tira Vanachari. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jai Gauranitai, 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 Jaya Gauranitai. Jai Krishna Balaram, Krishna Balaram, Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram. Lalita Vishakha Jaya Radhe Sham, Lalita Vishakha Jaya Radhe Sham. Jai Radha Shama Sundaradha Shama Sundaradhi. Prabhupada, 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 Jai Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Jai Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Srila Prabhupada. Nitai go Haribo, 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 Nitai go Haribo. Nitai go Haribo, 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 Nitai go Haribo. Nitai go Haribo, 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 Nitai go Haribo. Go Haribo, Gaur Premanandi, Haribo. Jai Jai Shri Chaitanya, Jaya Nityananda. Jaya Dvaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Jaya Jaya Shri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda. Jaya Dvaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Divine Appearance Day of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu Ki Jai. So, I'm honored to have a chance to glorify the Supreme Lord in such an auspicious day. Said even a foolish child, by the mercy of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, can glorify the Lord by the Lord's mercy. So all of us are struggling in this material world like foolish children looking for proper guidance from Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the Pancha Tattva. So Krishna, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is Krishna himself. When Krishna wants to enjoy his divine potency, his Hladini Shakti, he expands himself as Srimati Radharani, becomes two, and then again becomes one as Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Sri Krishna Chaitanya Radha Krishna Nahayanya. So this is a very deep subject matter. There's so many beautiful books on the life and glories of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Srila Vrindavan Das Thakur is considered like the Vyasa Dev, glorifying the Lord's appearance, child activities, youthful activities, various pastimes. In the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami, being instructed by Lord Nityananda to come to Vrindavan at such an old age, feeling himself unworthy and incompetent, taking the blessings of Madan Mohan Didi, Govindaji, the prominent deities of Vrindavan, looking for blessings of the Vaishnavas to be able to properly glorify the Supreme Lord. So Krishna, yada yada hi dharmasya glanir bhavati bharata abhyutanang dharmasya tadatmanang srijamyaham. Krishna comes again and again. Not that he has to come, the Lord does not have to do anything, but as a parent out of love for the children, always looking for their safety, their protection. And this is the love that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is exhibiting, just as Krishna in Bhagavad-Gita, Sarva Dharmam Parityajya Mamekang Sharanam Vraja Ahang Tvang Sarva Papebhyo Mokshayashyami Masuchaha. Give up all other duties, all other activities, just surrender to me. Srila Prabhupada describes that the Pandavas, some individuals, surrendered to Krishna, but the nature of this material world, all the scientists and philosophers and religionists and leaders, they want to make so many isms: communism, socialism, humanitarianism, altruism. They create so many duties in life, never questioning or trying to understand that I'm going to grow old and I'm going to die like my grandfathers have died. My father has died, my brothers and sisters are dying. We're also all going to die and remain in this material world. So Krishna, out of love and great compassion, we know the very famous verse by Rupa Goswami, Namo Mahavadanyaya Krishna Prema Pradayate Krishnaya Krishna Chaitanya Namane Gauratvashe Namaha. So Krishna himself, in the form of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, feeling extraordinarily merciful and wanting to reciprocate in a loving way. In the Chaitanya Charitamrita describes different reasons for the Lord's appearance, the internal and external reasons. Yesterday evening we had a very nice program, community program glorifying Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So many of the children were playing all the different pastimes of the Lord, just as the Lord Nityananda, Lord Chaitanya, with their small children, are performing the pastimes of Krishna, various Krishna Leela. So they exhibited how Advaita Acharya, the Lord, he understood, now's the time. He was waiting for the right time in Kali Yuga. He sent all his elders, Advaita Acharya, Jagannath Mishra, Sachi Devi, Lord Nityananda, Gadadhar, Srivas, all the various associates that he would be interacting with. The emperor doesn't come alone. The Supreme Lord, he has a plan, and we don't know, it's very difficult to understand the plan of the Lord, but the essence of the plan is to bring all the lost children who are suffering and bewildered, misidentifying themselves to be Americans or Indians or Russians or Hindus or Muslims or Christians or Jews. These are all temporary bodily identifications, and people are simply busy marketing. Let us make money to gratify the needs of all these bewildered, conditioned souls for their bodies. Everything is for the body. But Krishna came to give us spiritual taste, the essence of life, the purpose of life. So he sent all his associates, and Jagannath Mishra, Sachima, they had 8 daughters, and immediately upon birth they passed away. So Jagannath Mishra was very sad. They worshipped the Lord, they wanted a son. So Vishvarupa appeared. They say also he's incarnation of Baladev. And who is Baladev? The older brother of Krishna. So Vishvarupa came, and it induced them to worship Govinda. They have their Shalagram Shila, and they were worshiping very meticulously the Lord, meditating and praying to the Lord. And as Sachimata, Jagannath Mishra saw this brilliant light enter his heart, and from his heart into the heart of Sachimata. And they both understood something miraculous is happening. Jagannath Mishra says everyone's being very nice to me, giving me donations, appreciating, glorifying. So 13 months, the Lord still didn't appear. Everyone's getting nervous. What's happening? Why Lord Chaitanya? For the right time, the right moment. And they describe the full moon, and even Rahu, the black planet, was trying to cause some eclipse. As a result, everyone was in the Ganges chanting, Hari Hari, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. The Lord induced everyone to chant the holy name first. Then He appeared as Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And everyone came. The demigods' wives, they came in a disguise or dressed like the inhabitants there. And great personalities came bearing all kinds of gifts. We know, like in the Christian era, when Jesus was taking birth, all the kings were bringing treasures. So everyone was coming and glorifying Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And Sachi Mata came and gave various beautiful gold ornaments for the baby. And so all this is being recorded. It's not that someone is imagining all these pastimes of the Lord. Swarup Damodar Goswami, Murari Gupta, Raghunath Das Goswami, through notes and through personal direct experience with the Lord, they're giving us a window of opportunity to see the Lord in His pastimes, how Krishna, not that we can understand, Sheshanaga has thousands of mouths, he's been glorifying the Lord since time immemorial, but still it's unlimited. The pastimes of the Lord are unlimited. In Goloka Vrindavan, Krishna's exchanging loving affairs with all the inhabitants there, whether it's mother, friend, devotees worshiping. So in the Vaikuntha planets, there are various categories of living beings. So the Lord wants us to come back home, back to the spiritual world. But so He creates universes, millions, billions, trillions of universes are emanating from His breathing, from His nostrils, from His mouth, from all the pores of His body. Unlimited universes are expanding. Why? To facilitate the unlimited living entities who have different desires, want to enjoy differently. Some are enjoying on a spiritual platform with Krishna on many, many levels. And it's all complete and beautiful. But this world is a world of darkness and forgetfulness. It's like when the spark leaves the big fire, it may burn your cloth, but then it looks like it's extinguished, like a little charcoal. So that burning quality, that spiritual quality has been diminished by desires to enjoy this world. So various bodily identifications are manifest. I am a demigod, I am Brahma. There's various kinds of enjoyments on the heavenly planets. In a human platform, many species of life are there. Different types of enjoyments, also different types of suffering, anxiety. There's hellish planets. So, according to our desire, yeyatamang prapajate tangs tataiva bhajamyaham. Krishna is reciprocating with each and every individual being. So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu appeared. Chaitanya Nityananda are considered like the sun and the moon. They've arisen simultaneously in Gauda Desh to illuminate, to call everyone back home. Jeev Jago, Gauda Chandra Bole. If the Lord is calling, we should go. You think, oh, my Lord is calling me. why I should stay in this world. When in Miami, I was in Miami, Florida, one nice devotee, Patita Pavan, Dr. Choksi, heart surgeon, his wife had cancer and she was leaving on her deathbed. And she was saying, the Lord is calling me. What should I do? So Patita Pavan, he said, yes, if the Lord is calling you, you should go. So Patita Pavana went out to do the Arati, and well, he mentioned that. She said, yes, don't you see, he's right here. And so we don't see with our mundane vision, we don't see with our contaminated consciousness, but the consciousness of Krishna, Premanjana Churita Bhakti Vilochanena, that we develop this spiritual vision and have an opportunity to see the reality of the spiritual world by this sadhana bhakti, by practice. So Krishna, coming as Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, is also the original guru. Say Lord Nityananda is the original guru. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Lord Nityananda, they're transcendental personalities, and they're teaching. He's teaching by his example. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu studied very nicely and taught all his students. Everything he taught his students was related to Krishna, Hari, the chanting of the holy name. So mundane personalities don't appreciate. And so Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, it seems, although he's the all-knowing Supreme Lord, but it's not that Krishna is just going to come into society and force everybody by bewilderment and magic to act according to his wish. He's setting a proper example. He thought, how will I get these students, these impersonalists, these Mayavadis, the atheistic philosophers, how will they be saved? Because I've come with a storehouse, a treasure house of love of God, and I don't want to go back. I want to distribute this treasure house. And he instructed his followers, Nityananda, Haridas Thakur, Advaita Acharya, Gadadhar, all distribute these fruits of love of Godhead to everyone. Inundate the whole. When there's a flood, everything is completely inundated. So this flood of Krishna consciousness is being made possible by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mercy. So, although he didn't have to take sannyas, he married Lakshmi Priya, Vishnu Priya. Mother Sachi was very much feeling pleased. Not you taking sannyas, lost 8 daughters. Vishwarupa took sannyas, went away. And Lord Chaitanya, in the plea of searching out his brother, took sannyas. And there's so many beautiful pastimes of the Lord, many, many lessons throughout his whole life, and all the way from Cape Cameron, throughout South India, traveled to Vrindavan, practically all of India. He preached, went through Jharkhand forest. In the play last night, all the little children were dressed as animals, tigers, lions, deer, bears, many, many different animals, and they were all chanting and dancing. Unfortunately, the modern sophisticated mind wants to dismiss the reality of the Lord and his magnanimous appearance and his ability to lift Govardhan Hill, or to even appear in this world. People think, well, God can't come here. And this is unfortunate because all of us have this atheistic tendency. Firm belief in Krishna takes time. Shraddha, sadhu sangha, bhajana kriya, anartha nivritti, then ruchi, bhava. So it begins with little faith, and we have to fan that faith by associating with devotees. And devotees are characterized by their qualities: titikshava, karunika, suhrida, sarvadehanam, ajata, shatava, santa, sadhava, sadhabhushana. Devotees are tolerant. they're merciful, they're kind to all living entities. Because they're representing Krishna, they want to give an opportunity to conditioned souls to come back home. You can see the suffering that's going on during times of war. Libya, Syria, Iraq, Iran. Only what's in our face do we maybe pay attention to, but there's so much suffering in the material world. What to speak of Ukraine and Russia? Having your home, having your daily life, your worship, your loved ones, and all of a sudden your whole life is turned upside down. And you're losing all your friends, your relatives, and your lifestyle as you know it. But this is the nature of the material world. Janma, mrityu, jara, vyati, dukkha, doshanu, darshanam. That everyone's going to experience the sufferings and pains of material life until they awaken their love for Krishna, until they awaken their understanding of who is Chaitanya, Nityananda, Panchatattva, Krishna, Balaram. What is this feeling? Everyone's looking for happiness, everyone's looking for love, everyone wants to be appreciated, recognized. Arjuna did not want to fight the battle of Kurukshetra. He thought, but if I kill everybody, who will appreciate my kingdom and how will I have friendly relationships? So everything is based on my family, my nation, my community, and nadanang, najanang, nasundaring, kavitang bhajagadisha kamaye. I don't want wealth. Who doesn't want wealth? Everyone wants wealth. Because all the good things money can buy. So they work their whole lives. They tax their brain. They exhaust their bodies to the point where they're foaming at the mouth due to hard labor for the satisfaction of the senses. Not only their own senses, but the senses of their wife, children, community, the society. Imagine the anxiety and the pressure that the presidents of the big countries, they're in war and there's so much. Yudhishthira Maharaj felt totally devastated by the battle of Kurukshetra. Although based upon religious principles, Krishna condoned it, still the massive slaughter of all those great personalities, and he was feeling very, very despondent. And Bhishma, on his deathbed of arrows, because he was empowered, he could leave his body at will, not that you can kill him by arrows or any other way, then he was pacified by Bhishma, explaining the laws of Dharma. So this is the purpose of life, to inquire, who am I? Why am I here in this world? Sanatana Goswami is considered the first disciple of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and he's saying that all the village people call me intelligent, and I'm very smart, I know Sanskrit, so many languages, I'm very successful, powerful, but I don't know, who am I? Where am I going at the time of death? So they took that humble position, even though they were great personalities. Rupa Goswami and Sri Vallabha, his brother, Sri Vallabha, they put straws in their mouth from a distance. They didn't want to come close. They felt, oh, we're low-born. We're low-born. So this is very prominent, that it was very prominent if one was not born in a Brahmin family or in the proper dynasty. If even Hitler wanted to create, what is it, the Aryan civilization, trying to match up this, blonde hair, blue eye, tall, let's make a civilization that's supposed to be godly, and by killing all those who don't look proper, put them all in the gas chamber, slaughter them, destroy their family, destroy their tradition, destroy everything, and things will be the way I want them to be. This is a material world based on survival of the fittest. Big dog eats little dog. So this is the unfortunate situation in the material world. People are very territorial and on a bodily platform, and they have no time for Krishna. They have no time for Chaitanya Mahaprabhu because they have to make that, trying to carry out their plans. Srila Prabhupada tells a story of a very, very wealthy businessman, had all the top doctors, all the best medicine, and he's praying, "Doctor, can you just give me 4 more years to finish my plan for how to become settled, my children, my grandchildren, so much I need to settle up." So these are all the distractions of material life, the bodily concept of life. But Chaitanya and Lord Nityananda came, and whoever saw Chaitanya in his preaching travels, they became, their tears are flowing from their eyes, and the hairs on their body is standing on end, feeling transcendental bliss and happiness, and completely calling out the name in bliss. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Because just by being in the presence of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, they absorb that spiritual potency, the spiritual energy. And not that our darkness, our ignorance is stronger than the holy name. It's very powerful, but we have thick conditioning, we have thick covering, many lives, creation, staying around for billions of years, destruction, again creation, anadi. It's like almost perpetually we're suffering in this material existence. So this is just an eye-opener that we should give up this bodily concept, we should give up the so many duties and apply our time and our energy for the essential duties. Like Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he preached the Harinam, the Sankirtan, and he was in front of Lord Jagannath, so many parties dancing, chanting. What we're doing is what Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came to do. He did Sankirtan, glorification of the Lord's holy name, with other Vaishnavas, together, relishing the singing, the dancing, the chanting, and feasting of prasad. This is Prabhupada's program. Prabhupada, even though it was only 500 years ago, 1486, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu appeared. We had his 500th anniversary in 1986, some years back. It's not that long ago. And Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he was relishing the books of Vidyapati, Chandidas, others as well. And he had his intimate devotees reading these very loving pastimes of the relationship between Radha and Krishna. So although he came to propagate the message of the holy name, the chanting of the Sankirtan, save all the conditioned souls, but on a personal level, if we can say it that way, Krishna wanted to understand, what is this love that Srimati Radharani experiences by seeing me or being with me? Sometimes Krishna sees his own reflection and he becomes totally bewildered. So Krishna is the all-beautiful, Bhagavan, the supreme lovable object. And Srimati Radharani is also Krishna, but Krishna's Hladini Shakti, this loving potency. Everyone has this loving propensity. You have your little baby child, you know, you would die for your child. Even the animals, they have, every species of life, they nurture and protect their children. So there's a certain love, and when Krishna on a spiritual platform wants to experience that Hladini Shakti, he manifests as Srimati Radharani, but she has her own qualities, own sentiments, her own beauty and character that attracts Krishna extremely. And the more Krishna is attracted to Srimati Radharani, and the gopis are all reflections of Srimati Radharani, they're all they also have attraction for Krishna, and Krishna has for all of them. And it's not like there's some transcendental competition, but Krishna, he's very playful. He's very jolly, very happy. It says you never see Krishna's morose. We become unhappy, we become morose if things don't work out according to our plan, you know. So Krishna, he wanted to experience. Now there's Krishna, there's Radha, there's this loving exchange, there's two, so let it become one. Sri Krishna Chaitanya, Radha Krishna Nahayanya. That Srimati Radharani and Krishna become one form, the golden avatar. We saw the movie The Golden Avatar yesterday. Who is the golden avatar? Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Gauranga. Marge will say it louder than me. I'm just a little shy here. So this is our focus. The more we can focus on Gauranga, Nityananda, the more we can focus on their chanting, their dancing, their mood of love, and I say, canvassing all those souls in this world to come back home, back to Godhead. Not that one has to consider himself, no, I'm a Shudra, no, I'm a Vaishya, I'm a Kshatriya, I'm a, Brahmana, or Grahastha, Brahmachari, Grahastha, Vanaprastha, Sannyas. This was created by Krishna. Why? Because different people are different, have different ability. The legs have a purpose. They carry the whole body. The stomach provides energy for everything. The arms protect you from danger. Something's coming. Your arms are first things to go up. And the head is giving direction, brain, intelligence, mind. You're controlling the whole thing. So the body has a system, very practical. So society needs a practical system. There are those who are intellectuals, those who are inclined to read and surrender to Guru and assimilate the Vedic knowledge. Vedaischa sarvar aham eva vedyo vedanta krit vedavid eva chaham. Krishna says, I give this Veda, this knowledge, to Brahma, to Narada, to Vyasadeva, Madhava, Charya, Madhavendra Puri, Ishvara Puri, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the six Goswamis, Bhaktivinoda Thakur, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. So Prabhupada's carrying this message of Godhead, the clarity of the purpose of life, not empty-handed. He came armed with transcendental literatures, just as Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came armed with his associates, with the mridanga, cartels, the chanting, and also philosophy. Just as I was reading yesterday, Mahadevi ordered me, I have to read something from Chaitanya Charitamrita and enliven the devotees, so we have to take good counsel from our seniors. So when Prakashananda and all his many followers in Varanasi, they were criticizing Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. What kind of sannyasi are you? You're just a sentimentalist. You're hanging out with all these, just singing, dancing, chanting, not studying Vedanta. It's not proper behavior. This is low-class activity. So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he explained that my Guru Maharaj, Ishvara Puri, was a spiritual master. He considered me a great fool. You're not competent to understand Vedanta. You're not competent to sit in so-called meditation and think that you're some great Mahabhagavat or something. That he gave me this mantra, and he said, by this mantra you can achieve all perfection. So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was explaining that as I started chanting this mantra, I started feeling very bewildered, and I started feeling maybe, something is happening. My hair is standing on end, I'm shivering in the body and perspiring and feeling all kinds of emotions. And Ishvara Puri was very happy that, yes, you're experiencing this love of Godhead. And Kali Kalir Dharma Krishna Nam Sankirtan. Harinama, 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 Eva Kevam Kalu Nasteva, Nasteva, Nasteva Gatiranyata. So just like the Chatur Varnyang Mayasrishtam, the different orders of social and spiritual life were created by Krishna. Different ages are there. Krita Yuga, Satya Yuga. Everyone was God conscious. Everyone had full mystic powers. They can fly without machine. They had all the siddhis, bigger than the biggest, smaller than the smallest, able to control. So much. But everybody in Satya Yuga, the first Yuga, they were God conscious. Then Treta Yuga comes. There's some decline. In Dwapara Yuga, further decline. The yagyas are being performed, elaborate temple worship. In Kali Yuga, you're not even qualified to take sannyas, but this is only by special mercy of our Acharya, Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati and Srila Prabhupada, following the order and understanding the mood of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu for propagating Krishna consciousness. So there are many things that we are not qualified to do. We're like foolish, ignorant children, but by the mercy of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, we can start appreciating. Earlier I told you that Lord Chaitanya liked to hear Vidyapati and Chandidas and others. But this is not for ordinary people, because most people, they envision this loving pastime between Radha and Krishna as boy meets girl, and the desire for sense gratification is still very much prominent in the mind and senses. It says if you are being agitated or disturbed by hearing the pastimes, intimate pastimes of Krishna and the gopis and Radharani, then don't do it. Immediately stay away from that. Do your sadhana. Surrender to the Guru with humility and very carefully nurture the bhakti creeper, because if we start wandering in the forest without guidance, we get lost. Very quickly we become lost. So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, by his personal life, showed us the importance of taking Guru, the importance of very strictly following the etiquette of Vaishnava behavior. Even Swarup Damodar Goswami, who was considered like a replica of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he was personal secretary. So whenever the great poets and literary personalities write something about the Lord or devotional service, first Swarup Damodar Goswami would examine whether there's no rasa basa and or people's imaginative ideas of what is spiritual life. Unless one is on the level of pure devotional service, unless one is empowered by the Lord, he's not fit to write literature concerning these especially high spiritual matters. This is a good reason we should avoid. Srila Prabhupada, when asked about which books we should read, or Bhagavad-Gita, and Prabhupada was explaining how there are some, even the United Nations published a book about, Radharani not even dressed properly, and they're publicizing these kind of books with their own ideas based on sense gratification, not having any clue. That's why people think, oh, Krishna, he's just a lusty person. He had all these gopis and made them he hypnotized them to break all their social etiquette, leave their families. This is just mundane ignorance, but we should not go in that direction. We should feel very happy and very satisfied that Srila Prabhupada's brought us the greatest treasure in the form of Srimad Bhagavatam, which is a beautiful glorification of Krishna, his devotees, and devotional service. He brought us Bhagavad-Gita, Krishna's personal instructions to Arjuna, his very dear friend. Imagine Krishna says, oh, because you are my friend and you are my devotee, I will disclose to you this very ancient secret of the science of self-realization. Raja Vidya Raja Guyam Pavitram Idam Uttamam Prakya Shavaganam Dharmyam Shushukam Kartam Aviyam. The king of education, the most secret of all secrets, is the purity of this Srimad Bhagavatam, Amala Purana. So there are many, many literatures, many Puranas, Itihasas, histories, and many great scholars and pundits. There are many lines and traditions. So we don't have to try to experiment. Well, let's see about the, Rudra Sampradaya or the, Sri Sampradaya, the Brahma Sampradaya. There are so many authorized, 4 Sampradayas that they're authorized. But we don't have that capacity, and we don't have that time. How much time do we have left? Not much. I see my friends, and it's like one day they're good. How are you? I'm good. Next day, oh, somebody's passed away. So people pass away very quickly from this world. So very valuable. We cannot buy one moment back, even if you're prepared to spend millions of gold coins. Imagine that. Your time is wasted. Don't waste your time. Prabhupada says, if you have time, you chant Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. This is time well used. Maybe nadanang, najanang, that's beautiful that I don't want wealth, followers, or reputation, but also nam namakari bahudani de sarva shaktis tatrarpita niyamita sparanena kala etadrishi tava kripa bhagavan mamapi Durdaivam idrisham hajani nanu raga. Krishna has so many names, beautiful names. Krishna is the most attractive. Govinda, the original Krishna. So many beautiful names, full of unlimited potencies. The Lord Chaitanya says, I have no attraction for the holy name. So we might be more attracted to other things, like, got to see the stock market, what's up, what's down. I remember in New York, I was visiting one devotee, and every 2 minutes he was on the computer, and I couldn't figure out, what's he doing? I'm day trading. Oh no, it's down. Oh, it's up. It's like, I said, oh my God, what a torturous life, just thinking about how to make money to be happy, but nobody's happy. Even if you have lots and lots of money, source of anxiety. I shouldn't say, but Ambarish Prabhu is my friend from Miami. He told how, my mother and father, they were not happy. They have so much money. Even he was feeling a little bit like, everybody's all of a sudden my friend, oh, Prabhu, I have a great plan, a great idea. If only you would invest in my plan. It's like, you don't know who your friends are. Everybody's looks at you as an opportunity for their own gain. And so we worked together for some time, and I had the feeling that money cannot buy you love. Money cannot bring happiness. But of course we have a sense of responsibility and duties. Prabhupada said that Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, most of his very close associates were grihastas. So we have family, we have home, children, responsibilities. But our main focus is Krishna and Krishna consciousness. We're doing that as a sense of duty. Yes, responsibility. Out of this is the right thing to do. We don't want to be irresponsible, but we should mold our life in such a way that we can find time to hear the classes, hear Prabhupada's lectures, read Bhagavad-Gita, read Srimad Bhagavatam, read Chaitanya Charitamrita. There's always these postings about the importance of reading Prabhupada's books. Why? Because Krishna is personally present. Why we should lament, oh, so many devotees in the past had a personal darshan of Krishna. We can also have the personal darshan of Krishna. Manmana bhava madbhakta madhyaji mang namaskaru mami vaisasi sachate pratijane priyosime. Think of me, become my devotee, worship me, offer your prayers to me. Thus you'll come to me without fail. I promise you this. So Krishna is making a promise. Yeah? Like Navadvip, those 9 islands, so much beautiful, many devotees were there enjoying the nectar of Navadvip. It's a replica of Vrindavan, the spiritual world is there. So there's also 9 processes of devotional service. What are they? Shravanam, Kirtanam, Vishnu, Smaranam, Padasevanam, Archanam, Vandanam, Dasyam, Sakyam, Atma Nivedanam. So it's very clear, it's very simple for those who really have that eager desire to become Krishna conscious. That we really don't want to be entrapped by the bewilderment of society, friendship, and love, because all that is taken away. What is the worth of a big bank account? And tomorrow you're dying. Tomorrow you're dead. So what? You had billions of dollars in the bank account. It's all gone. All those people who are waiting for you to die are probably inheriting it. They're enjoying it. Just see, imagine Rupa Goswami had 2 boatloads of gold coins from his services and being like the chief minister for the Nawab Hussain Shah. Yeah? So they're a very powerful position, always associated with very powerful personalities, all the best things money can buy. So Rupa Goswami and Sanatana Goswami meeting Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, they think, oh, this is the real treasure. This is where we want to be. So Rupa Goswami, I forgot where he went, but he gave 50% for the purpose of spreading Krishna consciousness, 25% for family and responsibilities, and 25% for emergency. In the case of Sanatana Goswami, utilized some of the gold coins to also be released from the prison. So the stories of Chaitanya Charitamrita and Krishna's loving exchanges in the form of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Lord Nityananda, and the revelation with Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya converting the best logician with describing the Atma Rama verse, and also we have Ramananda Roy. You know, although born in a Shudra family and engaged in government service, still Chaitanya Mahaprabhu told him, Kiba Vipra Kibra Nashi Shudra Kene No Ye Krishna Tattva Veta Se Guru Ho. It doesn't matter, you're born, you know, Europe, America, India. If you know the science of Krishna consciousness, the spirit soul is not designated like that. The spirit soul is Satchidananda, eternal, full of bliss and knowledge. Krishna, he's eternal, full of bliss and knowledge. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is Krishna. And he's awakening that eternality, our spiritual, eternal existence. He's giving us the formula, the process. So the Goswamis set the example that they're no longer interested in so-called social affairs and the reputation of being very big, powerful personality. They gave up eating, they gave up sleeping. They simply wrote books glorifying the process of bhakti and devotion as instructed by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Now we have Radhakund, Shyamakund, Govardhan. We have the Srimad Bhagavatam. We have the story, not only story, but the historical revelation from Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami, Vrindavan Das Thakur, Shukadev Goswami, and Parikshit Maharaj. And all of this, again, is being boiled down to that really creamy burfi, the essence, you know, like when you really have a nicely boiled up milk and pay attention, you can make a really, really tasty burfi. We have here some very nice burfi. Bhuvaneshwar, everyone remembers Bhuvaneshwar Prabhu? He cooked for Arati Shama Sundar for 30 years more and made a great burfi. He was always very enthusiastic to distribute prasad. So Srila Prabhupada is very enthusiastic to give us guidance, and he set the example of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's Bharata Bhumite Hoila Manusha Janmadar Janma Sartaka Kara Upakar. My Bengali is not that good. But those who are born in India in particular, because this is the history, the tradition, and Chaitanya Mahaprabhu spread Krishna consciousness throughout India. And although it was difficult because we're thinking, due to being conditioned, oh, but the West are making so much money and they have so many modern amenities, so many comforts. They have electronic toothbrushes and they have, remote control, many things. So we should also do like them. So let's have engineering schools and technology schools, and then we'll be happy, because then we'll make money and we'll have nice families and we'll grow old and just die, but that's okay. But this is not the idea. The idea was that those who are born in Bharat Bhumi, Punya Bhumi, very pious land, because the Lord performed so many pastimes, the Lord's incarnations, they're always appearing in these areas, but there's also temples in like Vietnam and Cambodia and Afghanistan, different places. The Vedic culture was much more spread than just a geographical understanding of what is India. There was the whole world. Emperor Yudhishthira was emperor of the whole world. I mean, how long has the so-called Western civilization been? A few hundred years. It's like nothing. And sometimes the Christian philosophers, they claim that prior to Christianity there was no history. 2,000, 3,000. Well, they're all just apes walking around. There's no human beings. It took some time for the apes to evolve to human beings. This Darwin theory, this whole idea of the big chunk or the big explosion, the mental gymnastics of the so-called speculating philosophers. Everyone wants to put some so-called idea forward. Even Darwin admitted, these are just some of my ideas. I know that they don't make sense. A lot of places, the whole idea. And a lot of it was taken from the Vedas, but there's a lot of missing links. Whereas Srimad Bhagavatam very comprehensively, systematically, authoritatively, scientifically proves the existence of God. It gives you a description of the spiritual world, of reality, of how it really is. Not this idea that there was a big mass and then all of a sudden there was an explosion, and after a long, long time the explosion turned into planets that rotate and the sun is providing, and all the different necessities of life are provided in each and every planet, and then what to speak of all the varieties of fruits, flowers, and varieties of living entities. I mean, how is it that Chunk thought about making hands and fingers and eyes and nose and ears and mouth so that we can be living, sentient human beings? God. Man is made in the image of God. So God is the most beautiful, so we're attracted to beauty. God is the wealthiest, we're attracted to wealth. God is the most powerful. Everyone wants to watch that good cage fight, Oh yeah, he's number one. He's the best fighter, The fighters, this is Krishna, is the best of everything. This is Bhagavan, most renounced. How you can renounce thousands, tens of thousands of gopis who are all eager to have your association? Krishna renounced. It doesn't sound logical or practical in our human minds, but Krishna's the supreme everything, and but also the most loving and most caring. I have one picture of in my mind of Krishna with Rukmini, and although Krishna and Rukmini were together, he was in a sportive mood with Rukmini and telling her that, you should have actually married Shushupal. I come from an unknown caste and I have many, many bad qualities. Anyway, it was a long story, and Rukmini started taking him seriously, so she fainted on the spot. And Krishna immediately manifested 4 arms, 2 to hold Rukmini and then 2 to comfort her and dry off all the sweat from feeling anxiety. So I just thought about that, so I thought I would share. So Krishna's like that, he's very loving. And he's the most loving and magnanimous in the form of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So today's a very special day. We can speak unlimitedly on Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's pastimes and glories. I would recommend we read Chaitanya Charitamrita because we have limited time and we have so much to absorb. And don't be neglectful on chanting. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So today we can make special effort to beg Chaitanya Mahaprabhu through the mercy of Srila Prabhupada and the Guru Parampara, just like Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami. First thing he does, he offers obeisances to the spiritual masters. The spiritual master is one, they're all representatives of Krishna. So we have this ability or facility to worship Krishna, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, through the mercy of Srila Prabhupada. So I think I'll end there. And we have Mr. Shrudakirti Prabhu, spent close to 3 years traveling with Srila Prabhupada, various continents around the world. And what Prabhupada accomplished in 11 years, establishing over 108 temples, farm projects, schools, initiating thousands of devotees, but planting the seeds for everyone. The golden avatar, the golden age of Kali Yuga is coming. Although we're thinking, oh, things are so disastrous, people are not taking to Krishna consciousness. You see how Srila Prabhupada, being empowered by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, being empowered by Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati, and empowering his sincere followers to continue the tradition. Prabhupada wanted that. When first Mayapur festivals, he was glorifying Lord Chaitanya, Lord Nityananda. He's saying, all of you also take these fruits of love of Godhead and spread them all over the world. Just as said that Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he's inundated the whole universe. Oh, he was only in India. No. Now this is his extension, his branches, his sub-branches. Srila Prabhupada's a big branch of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. We all can be the little sub-branches. We also have to take this responsibility. It's not somebody else's duty. Lord Chaitanya is actually ordering every human being to take the responsibility of spreading Krishna consciousness. So you can't say, I don't have the order. I'm waiting for my Guru Maharaj. I have to see what he has to say about this. Krishna is the original Guru, and he's giving you the order, and me, everybody, that you preach Krishna consciousness. But without the purity, there's no force. So we need to, books are the basis, preaching is the essence, purity is the force, utility is the principle. Then Krishna will give us guidance in the form of intelligence and how to do everything. So anyway, we will hear from Shrutakirti Prabhu. He's always eager to glorify Srila Prabhupada, and by glorifying the spiritual master, we can feel great happiness. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Mahaprabhu ki. What are you doing down there? Praying?
Praying.
You gotta pray some more.
I am.
He's praying.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Mahaprabhu ki jai. So, well, I just got back, as many of you would know, to Vrindavan about a week ago, after being away for 90 days. 90 days. Huh?
90 days is a big thing.
90 days. They kept us away, my wife and I. Lord Chaitanya, Lord Nityananda, Krishna Balaram. And it was very interesting. And this whole process is so interesting because my whole life, 50 years, since meeting Srila Prabhupada, I was never very much interested in being in Vrindavan. So many things have happened, but those 90 days is all we thought about was coming back to Vrindavan. All we thought about was Krishna, Balaram, Prabhupada. When are you going to let us come back? See, everyone here, don't take any of this for granted. And to be able to be in Vrindavan, Mayapur, very, very special. One devotee said to Prabhupada once, Prabhupada, you said that in our previous lives, because we all hear these things, Prabhupada said, in our previous lives we were associates of Lord Chaitanya. Is that true? Prabhupada said, well, maybe not your previous life, but you're definitely associates of Lord Chaitanya in this life. What does it matter, previous life, what we did? What does it matter, what we did before we came here? All gone by the mercy of Lord Chaitanya. Thinking how merciful Lord Chaitanya is. I have no idea. Really, to understand how merciful the Lord is, one has to be pure devotee of the Lord, like Srila Prabhupada. He understood how merciful Lord Chaitanya, Lord Nityananda were. You remember back in the day, they used to talk about happy dolls. Who knows what happy dolls are? Do you know? Anyone know? Don't know happy dolls? Of course, Vishaka knows what happy. They're happy dolls, Prabhupada said. Lord Chaitanya, Lord Nityananda, he said you can make little deity, Gaur-Nitai deities for Sankirtan. You go out, you give them, sell them. People give donation, you give them happy dolls, he said. Tell them they're happy dolls. Tell them in the morning, you just offer them a stick of incense. That's Lord Chaitanya. Doesn't matter. He didn't say, make sure they're vegetarian, make sure they don't drink. No. He said, you give them Lord Chaitanya, Lord Nityananda to put on their whatever, coffee table, dining room table. And every day you can just offer them a little stick of incense. You can offer them some vegetarian food like that. This is Lord Chaitanya's mercy. Kali Yuga. We were saying 500 years when we joined. 50 years ago, we were saying Lord Chaitanya appeared. About 500 years ago. We're still saying it. So now it's about 536 years. 536 years. So 50 years ago was 486 years ago. But we said 500. And it used to seem like a very long time ago to me, 500 years ago. Now I'm 70 years old, I'm thinking, geez, 70 years, 500 years is not that far, not that long ago. Lord Chaitanya came here personally. I watched one wife die 12 years ago or so, and she was completely gone, but then she came back. The first words out of her mouth were, I have relevance. We're looking at her. She said, I have relevance. Krishna loves me. She experienced it. Till you experience it, you really can't understand. She said, if Krishna didn't love us, why did he give us all these books? Why did he give us Srila Prabhupada? She understood. She had firm faith of Lord Chaitanya's opening, had a storehouse, love of Godhead for all of us. So what I was going to talk about, of course, Gaur Leela will be going on all day long in Balaram Hall, if you understand Hindi. All day long we'll be talking Gaur Leela, so you should spend some time there. Gauranga. Me, as he said, I was with Prabhupada 1973 for Gaur Purnima. It was in Mayapur, but there weren't hundreds of devotees 1973. There wasn't a lotus building even. And maybe there was 20 devotees there. I don't remember a lot happening, but that's me. Next year at Gaur Purnima, I wasn't with Srila Prabhupada. That was considered the first Gaur Purnima festival in Mayapur. And there were a few hundred devotees there. I unfortunately wasn't there with Prabhupada at that time. But the next year I was. And for me, I consider that was the first really 75. That was a really big festival, 500 devotees. And Prabhupada brought them all to Mayapur. And of course, those of you that have memories and have been here for some time, you may have heard me tell this before. And I was thinking, what can I say? I don't have anything new to say. And then I was thinking, every morning we're here, Bhagavatam class. We're talking about Kaliya serpent every day for the last month. And we did that last year and the year before. This is Krishna consciousness. Everything's sweet. Like he said, Prabhupada, with his books. You know, the Sankirtan devotees, Tripurari, he asked Prabhupada, which is the best book to distribute? Who knows? Prabhupada said, any book. He would never say, this book is, I never heard him say, this is the best book. He always said, any book. He said, I pick up any book, his books. He said, and I open it to any page. Didn't say I start at the beginning. He said, I'll pick up any book, I open up any page, and I begin reading. Lord Chaitanya's mercy. All these books. Our whole point, chant Hare Krishna. He said all the books, all the philosophy to bring you to the point, Lord Chaitanya's mission, chant Hare Krishna. Everyone looked at them very carefully today? Yeah. What are they carrying? Kartals and mridanga. I don't know, they're God, they can do anything. I guess they're playing mridanga and kartals together there. Harinam. 4 hands. This is Prabhupada's mission. Chanting Hare Krishna. Harinam, Sankirtan, Lord Chaitanya's mission. He never diverted from that. Never. And our life in the temple was basically sleeping. We slept, we went to Mangal Arati class, and then you were outside all day. Chanting. If you weren't chanting, you were distributing books. Also chanting, Prabhupada said, Brihat Mridanga. So what I saw in 1975, Prabhupada's mission, this is my own, my own thoughts, but it was at that time that I saw Prabhupada. He was in ecstasy all the time. Of course, he was in ecstasy all the time. Prabhupada was always happy, always with Krishna, always with Krishna. But sometimes I didn't see him with Krishna. I didn't see what he was doing. I was in and out of his room all day. And I hear so many stories, the Brahma Jyoti coming out of his room, and Prabhupada laughed, called it nonsense, Prabhupada doing this, Prabhupada walking on water, walking on air. But I didn't see any of those things. He didn't let me see those. And I wasn't qualified to see those things. But in 1975, Prabhupada left Mumbai. January 23rd. And he traveled for 2 months. He went around the world, and he stopped in 15 centers. 15 of his temples in 60 days. 2 months, not 90 days, 60 days. You mathematicians will know that averages to 4 days each spot. Who can do that? I did it with him, but I couldn't do it. We would sleep a lot and get yelled at for sleeping. But Prabhupada was going one place to the next. He left Mumbai. He went to Hong Kong just for 2 days. Then he went to Tokyo for 2 days. Then he went to Hawaii for like 4 days. Giving Lord Chaitanya's mission to everyone. And he knew what he had done. At this point, he saw that he had started something that was going to go on and on and on. Because Lord Chaitanya said, people have asked Prabhupada about nuclear war. Would it affect the Sankirtan movement? Would it stop the Sankirtan movement? What did he say? Nothing is Lord Chaitanya's desire. This is why Prabhupada fearless. He said that's first qualification. Devotee is fearless because he knows whatever happens, Krishna's desire. It has to happen. Even we see now, I watch too much stuff sometimes on the news, but is what I see is devotees now, the ones in Ukraine, the ones that have left Ukraine, everybody's distributing prasadam. Lord Chaitanya's program. They're chanting and distributing prasadam. And they're appreciated more than ever. Prabhupada tried to prepare us for this while he was here. Those farms. He was a preacher. Prabhupada was preaching. He wasn't going to sit on a farm. Although at the end he said, I needed to sit at a farm. That's what he said. I haven't finished my work. But he always told us how we should develop these things. He says because when things get bad, like they are now in different areas, and it's going to spread, they'll flock to your farms. He said millions of people, prepare yourself. A little preparation has been there, and whatever is there, we can see the effect, how Prabhupada saw things. I wanted to read something, and again, here it is. And again, I was told I shouldn't read anything. Reading is not, but I just, when Prabhupada arrives, I'm going to start at the end. After 60 days being in 15 temples, we went to Hawaii, then he went to Mexico City, then he went to Caracas, Venezuela, each place for 1 week, because they were new, vibrant places. Prabhupada gave them a lot. His association, that's all he had to do. He understood, I have to travel. I have to purify these people. I have to help them develop faith. And that's what he did. So then Mexico City, Caracas, Miami, Atlanta, 3 days, Miami, 2 days, Dallas, 2 days, New York City, 2 days. And then he went to London for a few days. Then he made one other stop. Very strange. Iran, Tehran. He went there 5 times to Iran. Giving people Krishna consciousness. And then he wound up in Mayapur. And now there's 500 devotees, 1975. 1973, there were 20 devotees there, literally dying day by day with diseases. Now it's 1975, there's this beautiful lotus building, and there was one other building, the wall. Those of you who have been to Mayapur, you know the wall, the long building. So when Prabhupada arrived there, of course, right away, they greeted Jaipataka, and they went into his room. So in his room was Srila Prabhupada, Jayapataka Maharaj, Bhavananda, Atreya Rishi. He was Iranian devotee, Atreya Rishi. And I was there. And immediately Jayapataka glorified Prabhupada, and Prabhupada just said, he said, all blessings upon you. Bhaktivinoda Thakur, he says, gives all blessings to you. That's coming from Srila Prabhupada. That's just not me. That's Prabhupada saying, you have all the blessings of Bhaktivinoda Thakur. And he says Srila Prabhupada. He said it twice in this conversation. He calls his spiritual master. He said, Srila Prabhupada, you have his mercy and the mercy of Bhaktivinoda Thakur. But the first thing he said, when he had the chance to talk, he said, is everyone situated? That means there's 500 devotees in Mayapur, the middle of nowhere. And yes, Prabhupada, everyone is situated nicely. Prabhupada's very good. He said, I saw. What was the word? He used a very interesting word. He said, that I could analyze. He said, I have seen and I told you, make these rooms for his disciples to be comfortable so they can chant Hare Krishna. He said, I analyzed it. And he said, I told you, whatever money you need, I'll give you. This was Prabhupada. He wasn't thinking where he was staying. He wanted to see that his Westerners, because he know we're soft, we're not very austere. Some are. I'm not very austere. Although Prabhupada said I was actually detached in Mayapur. Yeah, we were there. That's when now, for us, traveling around in India, there was nothing, nothing for us. Prabhupada would be staying in people's houses, and we would stay in hallways, on floors here, there, everywhere. So the first thing Prabhupada did was establish nice rooms. He said, and I had windows on both sides, so no fans needed. He said, the breeze in Mayapur, many times you have this wonderful breeze in Mayapur. So he said, no need for the fan. And they said, oh, Prabhupada, you're so... He said, no, he said, I think of things I want to do. He said, but then Krishna, he finishes the plan. He said, I have ideas. He said, I wanted to do. He said, but Krishna has the doing. So then, Jayapataka. Jayapataka is very good glorifying Srila Prabhupada whenever he was in the room. He said, only by your mercy you brought us to this Krishna consciousness movement. Prabhupada said, yes, Srila Prabhupada. I am simply a messenger. The mercy, all Bhaktivinoda Thakur's and Srila Prabhupada's mercy. Then he says something that I always found just so wonderful. And he says, before your coming, he's talking to us Malacha Westerners, they're now living in the Dham, Lord Chaitanya's birthplace. He said, before you came, he said, Bhaktivinoda Thakur predicted. So I'm going to say these words. Somebody will bring. And then Prabhupada laughed. He said, maybe that's somebody I am. He said that. You never say such. What did he say? He said, I'm the lowest of the low, worm and stool. But here he's saying, I'm that person. Maybe. Couldn't say, it's me, obviously. No, that's not a devotee. And it's not how he saw it that he did. He just sees Lord Chaitanya. He's directing everything. The happy dolls. We never did happy dolls. It would have been a really big thing, happy dolls. And then he says, Bhaktivinoda Thakur predicted. Well, right after he says that, this is very sweet. And this is the devotee. This is humility of a devotee. So, you're looking at Jayapataka, because Jayapataka, he was in charge of the gardens. Bhavananda, Bhavananda was known, he was known for many things. One of the things he was very famous for was he was Paka, summit cleanliness. He understood what Prabhupada meant by summit cleanliness. And if Prabhupada didn't like the way something was, he'd walk around in Mayapur. There weren't a lot of people there, and it would be dirty. He'd say, why isn't that clean? Well, right away, he'd go right after Bhavananda, because he knew Bhavananda knew cleanliness. Prabhupada understood that. Anyway, I was saying, one day Prabhupada walked into the rooms in Mayapur. If you've been to Mayapur, you all know there's a room. Right next to Prabhupada's room was his entourage's room. Me, Brahmananda, and at that time Pradyumna, we stayed there. Oh, Pradyumna and I, we just had a spot on the floor where we put our chadar. No, that was it. Brahmananda, he was under the fan in the bedroom, the room, and it had a bed, and it had a mosquito net. So Prabhupada, he's walking back and forth on the veranda, and Prabhupada walking back and forth, it's amazing. Prabhupada could concentrate, what do we call it, multiple things at the same time, multitasking. So he's chanting, always chanting Krishna, Krishna's always on his tongue, but he's seeing everything his disciples are up to. How he didn't have a frown on his face all the time, I don't know, because his disciples are up to all kinds of, directing them. But he goes by and he sees Brahmananda sitting, he was sannyasi, sitting in the bed, mosquito net there, the fan on him. And then he looks over in the corner and he sees Shrutakirti sitting there on the floor with his hand in his bead bag. And Prabhupada looked at Brahmananda, looked at Shrutakirti, and he looked back at Brahmananda. He said, actually, he said, Shrutakirti's detached. Brahmananda didn't talk to me very much after that. Later on, we were okay, especially after I saved his life from drowning. But then Prabhupada goes on. Now he's talking to Jayapataka. You're getting banana, both ripe and unripe. This is just after he told all of us that he was the person. He revealed it. Then he starts talking about bananas. This is devotee. He's not going to let anyone say anything nice about him. He doesn't want to hear your glorification. Prabhupada, that. We know we used to make fun of Vishal here, always glorifying Prabhupada. Praise whenever Prabhupada would come out of his room, and finally Prabhupada said, do something practical. All this talk. No. Our talk is Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. But then go do something. And Prabhupada said, it's okay, this devotee wants to sit, chant all day. Okay means it's okay. It doesn't mean it's wonderful. It means it's okay, you can do that. Whatever we did, he would say, chant your rounds, follow the principles. Do anything. I heard him say that a few times. Said it to me, said it to Tamal Krishna, said it to this. Do anything you want. Chant your 16 rounds, everybody. Then do anything you want. So he's talking about, Prabhupada brings it back. Oh. Sorry, give me a second here. Jayapataka didn't understand Prabhupada's knowledge of everything. So he says, Anyway, Krishna gives us nice place to stay. So you're producing food grains? Oh yes, Jayapataka says. Sufficient? What about the fruit garden? Prabhupada expected, we had acres of land, not just to sit there, sell it off and put up a bunch of flats. He wanted to see big farming going on. So he says, what about the fruit garden? Jayapataka says, fruit garden, there is. Many banana trees are producing their bananas. Which is logical, right? Some pomegranate. Ooh, pomegranate. Prabhupada says, are you getting banana both unripe and ripe? And Jayapataka says, now they are all unripe, but they'll be ripe. Paka. Prabhupada, see, he doesn't know what he's talking. He says, no, there is a class of banana. Then Jayapataka, he says, right, Prabhupada, the Kachakola. Kachakola, green banana. It's a variety. We're getting very small. We have mostly the ripe bananas. And then Prabhupada says, and Parwal? You getting Parwal? Right, Parwal? Parwala? Parwal. Pointed gourd. Jayapataka says, Parwal, yes, Prabhupada. And Prabhupada says, where are you producing them? Like I said, Prabhupada sees everything. You can't tell him, yes, Prabhupada, yeah, we're doing that. Yes, we're doing it. Because if you're not doing it, he knows it already. You can't fool him. You think you're talking to just some, Like I said, I never understood Prabhupada. He knew everything about all of us. And Jayapataka said, Parwal, oh, they're across the road, Prabhupada. Yeah. Like way across the road, I guess. So then Prabhupada says, I guess Prabhupada really liked Parwal. Huh? Then he says, how many? So he got it. This was Prabhupada get into everything. He related to his disciples. He wanted to know, what are you doing? Oh, yes, Prabhupada, I'm busy. I live here in the temple, go to the morning program. He wanted to know, what are you doing with yourself all day? What are you doing with what he's given us? We're fortunate here. We get to preach all the time here in this temple. So many people coming, god brothers, cousins, nephews, so many opportunities he's given us here. And then it goes on, Prabhupada goes on a little bit. But in the end, then he says one thing. The atmosphere here, Jayatirtha says, the atmosphere here is sublime, Prabhupada. See, and there are things, you say those things to Prabhupada, Prabhupada laughs. Now make sublime management. You don't go off saying, oh, Prabhupada, Mayapur is the most wonderful place. Make it more wonderful. Because he knows things aren't wonderful. You don't even have Parwal, You're lying to me about Parwal, You say it's across the street. Yeah, and some other guy's garden. No, he said, so make it sublime, this management. That's required now. He says we are now extended. You know what that means? It means we're all over the world. This is what he saw when he came to Mayapur, 15 different places. Everyone's chanting Hare Krishna all over the world. He did it by the mercy of Lord Chaitanya. And that's what he said, it's all the mercy of Lord Chaitanya. Every temple he went to, and some very special, in Caracas, Miami, Atlanta, and Bhaktivedanta Manor. Each and every place when he arrived, he cried. I didn't see Prabhupada. I saw a tear here and there. But in the course of 2 months, in 15 different temples, he could not keep himself. See? Always, ecstasy is there. Pure devotee doesn't exhibit all his ecstatic symptoms. But he couldn't help it. He was in so much ecstasy when he went to Caracas and he told everyone, Lord Chaitanya, Lord Nityananda, they've come from very far away to be with you. He says, Lord Chaitanya, Prabhupada was sitting there for a week, traveling around every day, 5-hour, 10-hour flights. It's not easy for anyone. Prabhupada, Never heard him get off a plane and say, "Phew, that was a long trip." He never said anything like that. Just handing his bead bag, Hare Krishna, and smiling at all of his disciples, his followers, the whole world becoming Krishna conscious. And he saw that. And he couldn't contain that ecstasy of what he had done in 10 years. Panchagauda was saying, Lord Chaitanya, what did he do? Sankirtan movement. He traveled all around India, delivered the Hare Krishna mantra, delivered the pure devotional service everywhere he went. Everywhere he went, he made pure devotees. Like he said, we watched the animals last night. Those of you that came to the program, it was a very nice program. It was definitely very wonderful. And we could see the community. We have such a wonderful community here. So many Matajis. There was like almost 40 children in the play. I think we saw 3 versions of Lord Chaitanya. A little baby and a little bigger than adult Lord Chaitanya. Wonderful drama, dancing, kirtan, and that movie, Lord Gauranga movie. Where was I? So yes, and this is the program. Prabhupada instituted it. 24-hour engagement. He understood us all so well. Wasn't he like, little Mongol Artik in the morning and then, no, every minute. You get up 3 o'clock in the morning. I think by 10 o'clock, you've been engaged in devotional service for 7 hours. And the day just started. Now you can dive in deeply. That was Prabhupada's program. Even with those who were traveling, he didn't like sitting around. There was never just sitting around. What are you doing? And he would ask them. That's what he did here. And then he asked about one devotee, because Jayatirtha was in the room, from New Dwarka, Los Angeles. And of course, most famous devotee in New Dwarka, 73, 74, 72, 71, was Kurundar. He was a grihasta. So now 75, he had left. That was 1975. That was the biggest shock when Kurundar left. He was considered, and he was. I mean, the things he did, I tell that many times. Prabhupada said, he can do anything. If Prabhupada wanted something done, he would say, call Kurundar. And now Kurundar was gone, disappeared, left Krishna consciousness. So Prabhupada said, Jayatirtha, is Kurundar here? He didn't mean here in Mayapur. He meant here in his family, in his ISKCON family. He said, is Kurundar here? And when I first read it, but then I could understand as I kept reading. And then Jayatirtha said, Prabhupada in Los Angeles, last week he came to the temple a couple times, he went to the classes, and Prabhupada just, very good. Someone had done so much service. That's all Prabhupada, that's all he saw in his disciples. He saw the good in all of us. And he wanted us, like everything else he taught it, he wanted us to see the good in everyone else as well. Even non-devotees. What to speak of the devotees? And in Mayapur, as I many times said, he could hear his disciples talking about each other in that lotus building. Every sound. You could hear somebody open a door on the ground floor if you were up on the 4th floor. You could hear the sound. It's like the whole place was connected, Had great, what do they call it, environment, sound. Acoustics, yeah, thank you. Great acoustics. But not for a residential building. Great acoustics wasn't what you want. So Prabhupada would listen to his disciples talking nonsense. What's nonsense? If you're not talking anything about Krishna, philosophy, and preaching, you're talking nonsense. That was basically Prabhupada. If you're talking just about, well, prajalpa, or Prabhupada would say gossip. He called me in his room 3 different times, 3 different years. He called Upendra in his room because he heard Upendra. Upendra liked to talk. When you traveled with Prabhupada, it was kind of a natural thing because you learned everybody. Imagine, in 2 months I traveled every temple around I went completely around the world in 2 months. So you know all these people. So then as soon as you get together, like when I came back, first thing I said, well, what's going on in Vrindavan? So that can take you in many directions. Prabhupada didn't like talking about others in a negative way. He didn't like it. And he told Upendra, and he told me, it will destroy your Krishna consciousness. Just think, we've given everything up to be in this situation. It's very ecstatic, austerities are there, and all of it can be taken away just like that, just because you derided somebody. So I heard that many times. He didn't say, slow it down, stop it. He didn't even say it'll stop it. It'll destroy your Krishna consciousness. Prabhupada never engaged in that kind of talk. And I told you this story in Mayapur. And that was at that time in 75 when his godbrother would come, his sannyasi. And one day he left. And Prabhupada said, when he comes, don't let him. I don't want to see him. It was his godbrother, his sannyasi godbrother. And he told me, when he comes, I don't want to see him. Don't let him in my room. How's that for big order from your spiritual master, huh? Your guru's godbrother, sannyasi. The very next day, he's walking up the steps, first flight of stairs at the Lotus building. Walks up the next flight, and I'm right at the top of the stairs. We were guard, wouldn't let anybody. And Prabhupada's resting. It's after lunch. And he walks up, and he knows. He wasn't the friendliest person at the time. And as soon as he sees me, he says, I'm here to see Maharaj. I said, oh, it's Prabhupada's take. So I had a good excuse. Prabhupada was, if he wasn't resting, I wouldn't have known what I would have done, but I just said, Prabhupada's resting. I said, I can't disturb. And he said, he told me, whenever I want, I can come to see him. So he was already like pushing. I don't care if he's resting. He said, he didn't say it like that, but that's what he said. Prabhupada said, I can see him whenever I want. And I said the same thing again. Well, he's resting. And Prabhupada's never resting. Just like the deities, they're resting. Come on, they're resting. But yes, that's how we think, they're resting. Huh? That's Prabhupada said, he's resting. No one walks in the room, Prabhupada's resting. But he heard us talking because he had very good hearing, good vision, good hearing, good everything. So he heard us, obviously. And he opens his bedroom. There was a door to the sitting room and there's a door to the bedroom. And the bedroom door opens. It's one of my favorite visions of Prabhupada. That's saying something. I had a lot of visions, but this was just so specially sweet. Because Prabhupada opened the door. He knew, him and I are there. He knows what's going on. And he opens the door, and it's April or something, March. And like here, it's hot. Mayapur, it's humid. And Prabhupada opens the door, and of course there's no kurta, no top on. And he's got his dhoti on. And he's been in bed for a half hour, so his dhoti looks like, it just came out of all crumpled up and all. And he's fixing it, like so cute, he's just fixing himself. And he looks at his godbrother. And he said, oh, Maharaj, you're here. He said, come in. And he looks at me, like, He said, I'll be right back. And then Prabhupada walked to the bathroom at the end of the hall. And after a minute or two, he's walking back, and he looked very disheveled, transcendentally disheveled, Prabhupada looked. And then he walks in. Now we're sitting in front of Prabhupada's desk in the sitting room. We're already down on the floor on the nice little cushions there in Mayapur. And Prabhupada walks into the room, and again, he's sitting there. Prabhupada doesn't have an intimate relationship with this godbrother, because I've seen Prabhupada's intimate relationships with God. Just hug and laugh. It was always kind of the same. I never understood what they said, but they would hug and they would laugh. And it was good. But this time he just walked in, went behind his desk and sat down. And immediately his godbrother couldn't wait. Said, your servant, I came to see you. Your servant wouldn't let me in. And I'm just sitting there. And Prabhupada looked at me. Said, Sruta Kirti, he said, I told you, whenever Maharaj comes, let him in. And yes, Prabhupada. He said, okay. I offered obeisances and left. And I thought, how wonderful to be in this relationship with Prabhupada. He knew what he said to me. I knew what he said to me. I had a memory, 24-hour memory at that time. I thought, but I knew what he was doing. He was the best diplomat, most diplomatic person. Before, when he said, I don't want to see him, he said to me, all he does is gossip. Talking about the godbrothers. Prabhupada didn't want to hear his godbrother doing this one's initiated this person fell down, just like what we do. Any of you know that? You know, he was being like me. Prabhupada didn't like it. He said, I don't want to see him, all he does is gossip. He said if he talked philosophy, talked about Gauranga, he said it'd be fine. But he said he just gossips. This is going on in this mandir, this going on in this temple. This godbrother did this one fell down. He said, I have no interest. But then when he came the next day, what did Prabhupada do? Come. That's Prabhupada's compassion. That's the compassion one learns as a devotee. This is the compassion Lord Chaitanya, Lord Nityananda. This is the compassion a devotee has. Even I can't even tolerate you because you're just a bunch of nonsense. I'm going to try to give you something. Prabhupada could do that. I can't do that. Prabhupada, his association, everyone benefited. So he came. And then Prabhupada would adjust. But for me, it was one of the most wonderful things because Prabhupada looked me right in the face and lied to me. So I was very happy. Anyway, there's so much we can do. We just have to try to do a little service, somehow or other. And Prabhupada, he'll benedict you, like we say, 1,000 times. What to speak, we say here in Vrindavan. Oh, last couple of days, everybody's writing you get 1,000 times the benefit. I always thought it was 100 times. And Prabhupada said 100 times. You give 1%, he said you get 100%. But then there's Kartik, that's another thing. So that's a different program. But anyway, I'm just very, very thankful. I have nothing to offer, but I'm very happy to be here back in Vrindavan. And I have no intention of going to the West again. Because Prabhupada said the West is for preaching and sense gratification. And preaching has become difficult there. And I'm not good at sense gratification in the West anymore. I tried, but there's nothing. I couldn't even digest the food there. So I don't know. So anyway, it's a very wonderful day. If anyone has any questions, or Panchagoda or myself, we can keep going. Because you don't get breakfast prasadam this morning. So, any questions? Okay. Mahamantra Prabhu.
Because you think that he was lying. So did he explain in letter that why did he?
He never, no, he didn't mention things. When Prabhupada never went to something in the back and say, no, he did, that was it, done. Done deal. You know, I know. He didn't just, you know, he could. Prabhupada could talk about anything for hours. But everything, all the talking he did was always bringing you somehow closer to Krishna. So that was just something that was very wonderful. Many things happened in Mayapur at that time, you know. There was the cobra snake in his bathroom. That was a whole experience. That was very wonderful. And of course, it was during that time, how many years ago? 47 years ago, that Prabhupada had that famous conversation about World War III. And he went through all the different stages, and again he talked about farm communities, how important they were. He said they'll come by the thousands, just engage them. It wasn't about making them devotees. He said give them prasadam and give them some work. Prabhupada just wanted to engage everyone. And gradually everything would come. But then he could see his disciples, and they're all chattering to one another. He could see this tension and excitement about the war. And then Prabhupada just stopped and he looked at all of us and pointed to the sky and said, and if the bomb comes, we look, we say, here comes Krishna. That's the devotee. So all he sees is Krishna. Everything is Krishna's. Everything comes from Krishna. Everything's part of Krishna. And in that way, they're always happy, never fearful. British Airways removed mask mandates today. Other news. Oh, that's all gone now because we have a war. Nobody cares about COVID anymore. We got something more interesting to be in anxiety about. Yeah. Don't be in anxiety. We're all blessed by Prabhupada, by his mercy. Like they said with it, Agyata Sukriti. These questions, they would always ask Prabhupada these kind of questions. You know, that was it. Did we associate with Lord Chaitanya? So he says, well, now you are. You know. And they said, well, we're a part. Yeah. And they got this. He said, I made your Agyata Sukriti. Yeah, so everything came from him. And at that time, he saw it. He saw he had spread. You know, after Lord Chaitanya left, right up until Prabhupada left America, the idea was if you leave America, you're in Maya. Huh? You can only be Krishna conscious in India, in Barsha. Anyone would leave Maya, that very scary. Prabhupada was not afraid of. He was not concerned. He wanted to follow his spiritual master's instructions. The very first order he got back in 1922. And the more I read about Prabhupada, the more I see and how he says everything he did, it came from his spiritual master saying something to him. Do like this, don't do like this. Book distribution's most important. We've all heard that one so many times. We'll sell the marble in the temple. You know, but all the instructions, he said life and soul. But not just, it's really his life and soul. That's what he said. He said, I was just a messenger. But he didn't change the message. He didn't adulterate it, cheapen it. No, it stayed the same. And that potency, look what he did. Look what Srila Prabhupada, and he's still doing through his followers. Yes, Maharaj.
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Guru. So we've heard about the magnanimous nature of Gauranga and Lord Nityananda, and the process that they came to us is very simple, very practical, But for many of us who wanted to take advantage of this process, still we're finding it difficult to make advancement. Our characters not changing that much. We're still obstinate. We're still not compassionate. We're not kind. Many things. So why is that? And how can we go a little bit more and more in our spiritual pursuit to make progress?
by remaining steady despite everything you just said and continuing to follow the program. Like you, I've seen, I've been around for 50 years, and myself, and what I've seen with others, our natures don't change. Those that I see were a certain way, and those that are a different way, they're still like that, although we're chanting. Prabhupada's emphasis was always on give this one lifetime. Everything's going to come. If you don't feel it before, if you don't realize it before, you will at the time of death. What to speak of? Prabhupada said, even our family will appreciate us at the time of death. They'll appreciate us at their time of death. Krishna consciousness is so powerful. But for us, it's to remain steady despite all of these struggles. Because whatever you may think, whatever your mind will make you feel or think that you're like this or like that, Prabhupada says again and again and again, and you know this, you chant your rounds and follow the principles, and Maya cannot touch you. So you're not in Maya. You may think, I'm not kind, I'm not compassionate, I'm envious, so many things can go through your head. But what Prabhupada says is, you chant your 16 rounds, you follow the principles, and Maya cannot touch you, which means you're in Krishna consciousness. At some point, of course, it's going to blossom. And I heard him say, chanting 12 years, he said, everything you say will be perfect. So I've also heard him say after 30 years, your chanting you'll see results from your chanting, so many things. But for all of us, it's just remaining faithful to the order of your spiritual master. Life and soul, that is Krishna consciousness. We can think so many things. People don't want to be involved. Not this temple. Different temples, they'll say, because there's Maya in the temple. Like in Caracas, right before Prabhupada arrived in Mayapur, when this woman, she used to go to the temple in Caracas, but she stopped because she found everyone was in Maya. Not hard to see people in Maya if that's what you're looking for. So at the end of class, any questions? And this was in Spanish. Reed Dayananda was translating. And the woman said, young woman, I think this is 1975, so she was a young girl. And she said, Prabhupada, I see in this temple, everyone's in Maya. Imagine saying that to Prabhupada, sitting on the Vyasasana about his disciples. He can say that. You can't say that. No. There's a difference. Prabhupada, he could say, he said so many things. He called me malecha, rascal, nonsense, this, that. I heard all those adjectives. That's okay. He can say it to me too. He's a manager, temple president. Nonsense, what are you doing? So Prabhupada could say like that. But when the girl said that question, Prabhupada looked at her. He said, show me the place where there's no Maya, and I'll go there. Right? We'll all go there. And it's right here. Now, then he said, you see that devotees are in Maya because you're in Maya. He said, I see everyone's serving very sincerely. So take your pick in life. You can be very happy, peaceful, seeing that everyone's serving Krishna, Or you can be one, what would they say in English? Miserable pluck? What's the word? Miserable. And see that everyone except you is in Maya. And you're miserable, and then you say, I'm not even going to stay in the temple. Now who's in Maya? Huh? They're all living in the temple, trying so hard to please their spiritual master. But you're so advanced, you won't associate with any of them. Huh? So who's? And then that's what Prabhupada said. I see everyone. So you can understand how Krishna conscious you are by how you see others. So the more Krishna conscious you are, you're going to see everybody serving Krishna so nicely, and me, I can't accomplish anything. Because that's what I hear Prabhupada say so many times, right? I can't do anything. All but the mercy of Lord Chaitanya. All by the mercy of my disciples, my spiritual master is sent to help me. This is how devotee looks. So after so many years, we may still struggle with our emotions, our anger, so many things. But we can still see these other things. And by doing that, gradually we can lift ourselves. But if we remain stuck in just seeing, they're trying, but, this does this, and he's not doing enough, and this one's got no brains, and this one's stealing all the maha from the pujari room, whatever it is, you may find fault in someone. That'll all disappear. And you see, how can I engage? How can I assist? Does that answer your question?
Thank you.
Okay. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
All right. Yes, Prabhu.
Hare Krishna. So we have this 9 process of devotional service, like someone would be very eager, what I want to know is, we have equal weightage, different 9 process, equal weightage. Like in my case, I like to be more of kirtan, doing kirtan and chanting, of course, but not very much because of lack of time. So they have equal weightage.
Yeah, just talk. No, what are you saying? 9 processes. Yes, 9 processes.
Have equal weightage for everything, or someone will be inclined in reading, let's say someone will be inclined in reading, someone will be inclined in kirtan, someone who chanting is so we have like same weightage for everything.
Here. No. Well, you're saying the 9 processes, so of course Prabhupada gave us all 9 processes, but it's definitely only one process. So you become attached to one process is sufficient. Regardless of all that, Prabhupada always stressed the chanting of 16 rounds as being most important. Huh? And he also stressed doing it in the morning. But Prabhupada was very practical. Just like with me. When I became his servant, nobody told me anything. I assumed so many things, and I made a lot of very smart assumptions. Like I assumed I shouldn't ever leave my room, and I shouldn't, because he yelled at me the one time I did, He didn't say, well, go to Mangal Artik. Why aren't you No, the idea is engaged in devotional service. These things are there because if they're not there, we just won't do anything. If Prabhupada made the start of the day at 7 o'clock, most of us would all be very, very happy to get up 6:45 and come in time for Guru Puja. But that's not what he did, So he gave us this very special, simple process. 9 processes are there. Me, what was I doing? I was serving the lotus feet. That's what I was doing, right? That's one of the processes. I was serving Prabhupada's lotus feet. You're serving the deities, chanting, cooking. Be engaged in devotional service. That's all we have to do. He made it easy. And I can see within ISKCON, we've made it very complicated in so many ways. You know, this very simple formula Prabhupada had. There's so many guidelines, rules and regulations, and different seminars on different things that, for us, and that's there. Bhaktisiddhanta Prabhupada said it, it's there. Once you come, you don't have to learn anything new. Whatever Krishna has given you, you use it in service. That was Prabhupada's method. Never told people go back to school. When someone said, I want, yeah, go ahead, fine. You know, somebody wanted to be astrologer, he said fine. But you read what he said about astrology. What's the point? It's going to happen. Somebody telling you it's going to happen, you know. Then of course other people say, well, you have the umbrella. But Prabhupada was not into these things. In the last 6 months he was here. You know, my wife, she does the cabinets, cleaning, her and her team, they all clean everything spotlessly. But you go into the back room, you'll see one whole cabinet filled with medicines, you know, and different instruments and everything for his health. So I said to her, I said, well, you come here, you get the idea that Prabhupada was really into, you know, astrology and taking medicines. He didn't do any of that. 3 years, he said, he didn't take one pill in 3 years. He engaged people in service. They would come, the astrologer would come, and this Ayurvedic physician would come. Prabhupada knew what his fate was. He knew what his destiny was. He had no anxiety about it. But still we have a cabinet because they're his things. They're worshipable. But don't think that Prabhupada was into taking his Horlicks every day and, you know, rubbing this thing on his... No, he didn't do any of that. He chanted his rounds and he trained us up in Krishna consciousness, that's all. He didn't consult an astrologer to find out when to travel. He didn't care. We all know these stories, you know, he told Vishal, I'll kick 1,000 Rahus, you know, with my foot. You know, he was wearing his pavitra, you know, his, around his neck, yeah. Yes, kavacha. His kavacha, to ward off the evil effects in Rahu. Prabhupada looked at him. You're chanting Hare Krishna. There's nothing else. I was at Bhaktivedanta Manor. I just go on talking. Everyone you can do, but we can keep talking. I went to Bhaktivedanta Manor with Prabhupada. These two ladies came. Not that it mattered, but they were black African ladies, middle-aged or something, and they heard that this Swami from India was there. So they were struggling. They had big struggle. They came into Prabhupada's room, and there were a few of us in there, and they wanted to see him. They wanted to ask him a question, and Prabhupada said, yes, what is it? And they said, we're being harassed in our house by a ghost. And they said, do you have a special mantra? As soon as they said that, we're going, yeah, special mantra. Special mantra. And Prabhupada said, yes. And they said, and Prabhupada said, yes. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. And then he told them the story about when he rented that house very cheap, because it was ghostly haunted. Nobody could rent it. He rented it. He said, and he said he would sit in his rocking chair. His was back. So Prabhupada, we have rocking chairs. Every room you'll see a Prabhupada, there's a rocking chair. It has to be a rocking chair. Prabhupada liked rocking chair. If he said he liked something, it'd be everywhere, you know. If he said he liked the blue paint, we'd paint the whole world blue. Didn't mean he didn't like other colors. You know? So then he told him the story. He would sit there, he said, and chant Hare Krishna, and he would watch things just floating around in front of him, he said. He said finally they left, but he got a great deal. Our business, chant Hare Krishna, and try to help Prabhupada in his mission. Look what he did. We got a little something all over the world. He was doing this, you know. We're fortunate if we can remain in one place, especially this place. Prabhupada's home. I'm trying to get the courage up one day to write something to all my God brothers and God sisters and said, what are you doing in America? Come here. Come here to Vrindavan. This is what Prabhupada wanted. He said he wanted this place filled with Goswamis, his disciples, to train others, you know. Anyway, it's very nice to be back, and I hope never to have to leave again. We have one more question? No.
Well, it's just that, you know, if you would be kind enough to tell about yourself and his about your first meeting with Srila Prabhupada and, you know, about it's a long way, is it? I mean, briefly, also about your meeting.
Many meetings. They're always like first meetings, you know. Okay, it was in New York, Brooklyn, New York, Henry Street Temple, 439 Henry Street in Brooklyn. It was a very narrow, the whole building wasn't as wide as this area. And it was almost as long. That was the temple room. I hadn't seen Prabhupada. It was 3 months after I entered the temple. So, just by association, got to try to understand the 70s. It's not like the 20s here. 70s. You just walked into a temple and you would elevate yourself immediately by those devotees living in the temple. These were all people that 2 days ago, 2 months ago, 2 years ago, knew nothing about Krishna. Didn't even know there was a God. And in one moment, ultimately it was one moment, somebody got a book or somebody ran into a devotee and they had some curiosity. That was me. I wanted to know God. That's what I wanted. And in one instant, you went from being completely in the dark, feeling like the sun has finally risen. And that feeling didn't go away for a week, for a month, sometimes for years. That understanding you found Krishna by the mercy of Srila Prabhupada. So that's what led up to seeing him. That's how everyone felt about Prabhupada. So Prabhupada was sitting on a Vyasasana, and Kirtanananda, his first disciple, was right there, and I was Kirtanananda's servant. It's very good to be a servant. It's a good position. And because I was a servant, I was right next to Prabhupada. And then I saw, everyone would see. You didn't know any, because all you knew was you looked at him, he's not part of this world. And he was in color. Like, you see this? That's what his effulgence looked like when you saw him. When you saw his eyes, always wet. Always tears in his eyes, it seemed. And then you just look and be happy that after so many lifetimes, you finally connected with your spiritual master eternally. Who's gonna, I don't even, you know, I was with Prabhupada 2.5 years. I don't know how to explain anything about him. I don't. Because he appeared, you know, he did things like, you know, he drank water, he went to the bathroom, he did everything. But the motivation, everything he did, and that feeling in his presence that everything is okay. When we were in his presence, that was always, you know, I would laugh as his servant, people coming to see him with their problems. Because he's your spiritual master. He's going to solve all your problems for you. And he is, but not how you think he's going to solve them. He has a whole different program. He's not going to solve your mundane problems with some mundane solution. But then when they came into his room, and he would always look at you with that transcendental glance and say, How are you? Very good, Prabhupada. Because you were. Immediately you realized, man, nothing but nonsense in this head. Just like even your question, you know, so many years, that's all just Maya. We chant Hare Krishna. Prabhupada was simple. He said, you go back home, back to Godhead. That's all. You know, so many other people can complicate it and extract something from you, you know, money or whatever it might be. Kirtanananda, he asked Prabhupada once, Prabhupada, you're initiating, this is like 1970, 71. So now Prabhupada's initiating a lot of people. And he said, Prabhupada, can we charge $25 for each person, you know, to cover expenses? And of course, Prabhupada said no. So then like 6 months go by. Kirtananda's there again. He wrote a letter. Can we charge $25 for initiation fee? And Prabhupada said, the answer's the same as the last time you asked. No. Prabhupada didn't want your $25. He wanted your soul. Eternally. $25, that's nothing. You got to give everything. That's what you have to do. That's the trick. And Prabhupada said, devotee, he's simple or crooked on a morning walk. I always tell you, I never tried to answer Prabhupada's questions because you're always wrong. It doesn't matter what you say. He's going to make you wrong just to humble you a little bit. You think you can give the correct answer, he'll show you what you know, nothing. Anyway, finally, devotee says, he's simple, Prabhupada. We looked at Prabhupada, so simple. Prabhupada chuckled, no. He's, what was the word? Simple or crooked. Crooked is the word, crooked. I couldn't think of that, thank you. He's crooked. He said, just like all of you. I've tricked you all. I mean, back in that day, if I would have known 10, 20, 30 years later, all the difficulty with this body and mind, you know, maybe I would have stepped in, you know. We're all like that. We're very fortunately foolish, you know. You have lifetimes, 8,400,000 lifetimes, Prabhupada said, you've tried to enjoy. So naturally, we're going to try one more time. But Prabhupada said, no, one life. He said, you've tried to enjoy millions of lives. He said, just give one life to Krishna. So that's what we do. However difficult it may appear, and he always told us it wasn't difficult. Like last night, we touched on everything last night. We had a reading, had a drama, had a dance, we had bhajan, we had kirtan, we had a movie, and we had prasadam. That's what we do. And if you don't like it, they would say, Prabhupada, your disciples, they're lazy, they don't do anything. You know, he said, why should we? You know, you're all working so hard. You work hard. He said, we chant Hare Krishna. Prabhupada never defended. He always offended. Prabhupada would always go on the offense when a question would ask. He would accept it and then explain to him how that's wonderful, you know. That was his mood. He never felt, you know, you're riding in a Rolls Royce. Say, why Rolls Royce? Should be gold. Who could say those kind of things, you know? And have no interest in any of it. Whatever car he was in. He didn't care if it was a little Volkswagen Bug or Rolls Royce. He had Krishna all the time. All right. Hare Krishna, Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Nittai Gaur Premanande. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ramo, 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ramo Ramo Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ramo Ramo Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ramo Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ramo Ramo Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ramo Ramo Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
जैसे गाता है उसी हरे कृष्णा हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम हरे राम 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 हरे हरे सभी लोग बोलिए हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ramo Hare Ramo 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ramo Hare Ramo 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 Hare 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 Ramo Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ramo Hare Ramo 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ramo Hare Ramo 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ramo 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ramo 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ramo 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ramo 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ramo Hare Ramo Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ramo Hare Ramo Hare 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 Krishna Hare Ram Ram, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, bolo Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Oh Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे बोलिए हरे कृष्ण हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा हरे कृष्णा कृष्णा हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्णा हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्णा हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा हरे कृष्णा कृष्णा हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे कृष्णा हरे कृष्णा हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे कृष्णा हरे 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 राम राम हरे हरे हो हरे कृष्णा कृष्णा हरे 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 राम राम हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्णा हरे 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 राम राम हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्णा हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा हरे कृष्णा कृष्णा हरे 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 राम राम हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे सभी लोग प्रेम से बोलिए हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे। बोलो कृष्ण कन्हैया लाल की, श्री श्री राधा श्याम सुंदर की, श्री श्री गौर निताई की, जगत गुरु शिल प्रभुपाद की, गौर प्रेमानंदे।
हरे
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Bol, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo bolo.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram.
Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram,
Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare.
Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Ram.
Oh, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ramo Rama Ramo Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Rama 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Rama 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Rama 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Rama Rama Hare Hare.
सब लोग बोलो कृष्णा कृष्णा हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे.
हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे.
हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे.
हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare.
Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare.
Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram.
Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram.
Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Ramo, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Oh Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Oh Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Oh Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Oh Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Oh Hare Krishna